test. Yeah. Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Madison Area YMCA for the 13 and over session Saturday p.m. Third session for today, fourth session overall of the 2025 Madison Area Y Ice Cube Invitational. This is Mike with Common Guy Sports. We are at 4:15 p.m. real time. We were slated to get this session started at 4:20. Hopefully that's going to happen. You see the deck is being cleared of all the swimmers from the warm-up session. A few swimmers down this far end exiting the pool. Glad you can join us. Couple things of note. All the meet information is in Meet Mobile. So if you launch the Meet Mobile app for phone or tablet, Madison is not requiring subscription to get to the data. So if you go to the main screen and search for Ice Cube 2025, you'll find it. And then if you click on events, you go to the Saturday 13 and over. And you'll see we're starting with event 37 going through event 50. Also on the bottom right of your screen, you can see the white scrolling text there. That is the menu of events. We're starting off with some relays, 13 and over 200-yard free relays. 3 heats for the girls, 3 heats for the boys. And I'll apologize up front. I'm going to use girls, boys, guys, girls, men, women, kind of interchangeable just because we have a mix of ages here. So just looking forward beyond that. Then we're going to move into 400-yard IM. Then we have 2 back, 100 breast, 200-yard IM, 100-yard free. Then we'll wrap up with the 200 fly. So very traditional. Odd number events are girls. Even number are the boys. So 37 will be the girls. Free relay, 38 will be the boys. All right? But if you then tap into each of those, you'll see the breakout of the entries because everything is now what's known as seeded. So slated to start 4:20 p.m. The last event, supposedly, based on the software estimates, would have us at 8:35. Nice 4-hour session. Let's get comfortable, folks. What else? The chat is open in YouTube. If you have not been with me for a meet, I'll give you a quick rundown. But I'm always open for feedback, questions, comments, anything. So please put it in the chat. I just ask everybody to be polite. We had some viewers from San Diego, Phoenix, and Orange County, California previously, so don't know if anybody can get further west than that, but if you're out there watching from afar and you feel like sharing your location, feel free, or if you want to give a shout out to a particular swimmer. I will try and reference kind of why state times or why silver times as means of swimmers accomplishing certain thresholds. So this intent of this meet as an invitational, it's not a first place, second place, third place, team A versus team B. It is more around the swimmers qualifying and getting new cuts, as it's called, kind of a new time to then qualify for additional meets. All right, so as we kick off, I'm going to just give you a quick run through. We'll start with this camera. At the start, I will overlay names and logos. So in this case, these are relays. So it's a team abbreviation followed by a letter designation. A is typically the fastest team. And then within a given club, they'll have A, B, C, and D. So you see we have B's here from Ridgewood. Greater Morristown has their C team. And then Montclair, MYM, has the D, right? And then in heat 2 and then 3 will be the faster swimmers. So everything is seeded slowest to fastest as we progress through heat 1 to 2 to 3. The kids' seed times will be lower and lower. So at the start, I'll shut off the names. I'll transition to a middle of the pool camera. I've gotten some feedback on this. Some people say this is too wide. You can't really see anything. The intent is we're going to have separation in certain races like the long IMs or potentially even some of the long frees, right? What do we have, 200s? So this gives me a safeguard to be able to capture the whole pool, show everybody. But it's a good way as they get off the start on the right-hand side. You can see that line in the bottom, or visually, if you just look vertically, kind of perpendicular to the lane lines, you can see who has a good start and so on. And then I have another camera down the far end, the turn end. There are no pads at this end, so all the splits will be taken at the right-hand side. All splits will be 50 yards. All right, scoreboard stays on the whole time. That's just kind of the way I run it. I think, you're probably potentially interested in somebody's splits, and me turning that on and off could take away from it. And then at the finish, I could do this. I could come to the finish and then pop up the whole scoreboard. But you want to know something? I think seeing swimmers' reactions at the finish is more important, sort of like, that touchdown celebration or whatever, the post gratification of something. So that's my mentality, just sharing it. As you guys, with older swimmers have more experience, love to get your feedback of anything that potentially you don't agree with or suggestions. I am not tied into, that's one question I always get, just take that off. I am not tied into the scoreboard or the scoring system, so that's why my graphics, they're just independent. I do overlay like that. I don't want to jeopardize anything with the scoring system, and I travel location on location. So sometimes you'll see better graphics packages where they're tied in. You can see the finish and the lane overlays. I cannot do that as easy. I'm looking at a solution that potentially gives me some of that capability and hopefully have that ready. I'm doing the Summit Y. This is the Ice Cube, and there's called the Deep Freeze in January. So hopefully then I'll try and roll that out there. So stick with us. All right. Real quick, thanks to the Mariners parent organization bringing me in. This is full disclosure. This is a paid engagement. So my kids are college and beyond college, so not swimming anymore. And this is just a fun side hustle. So, all right, that's that. Again, chat's open. Anybody wants to post question or comment. And it is 4:22 real time. You can see that across the pool. We'll see that, and you'll see the reflection there, but there's the real time 4:22. All right. Also have a roaming camera. Depending on somebody's significant finish, I might go to that. We're doing overhead starts, so which one? Let me just double check something. All right, so I don't have the liberty. You watch the Olympics, you watch big meets. They'll go, lane 1 swimmer, lane 2, lane 3. We don't have that luxury because we're doing overhead starts. So as one race finishes, the next one's going to start. So at this time, I can pan down. Hopefully somebody out there is going to see a face that they recognize. Okay. Again, lane 1, top of the picture. Lane 8, closest to us. Behind the blocks, we see our timers in place. Everybody should be familiar with how that all works. 2 people behind the blocks. One has a clipboard with all the names. The other has stopwatch and the plunger. The person with the clipboard also has a stopwatch. All right. So again, we're starting with event 37, and then all this is in Meet Mobile. All right. So the start officials are in place. That start box is both the light and the horn for the start. Unfortunately, the way the pool's set up here, that is not in the picture. You might see a reflection of it. I like to typically have that in the picture so you can see reaction time. There you go, the start official going for the microphone. All right, one last pan down. All right. Here we go. Event 37, heat 1 of 3. This is 200 freestyle relay, each swimmer down and back, making up 50 yards. Top right are the entries for Heat 2 for the teams. The call was ladies step down. Any moment now, folks, we'll be getting started. Glad you can join us on this Saturday afternoon. All right, we'll clue you in what's going on here. A little maintenance on the starting box. So that is battery operated again for the safety of being poolside. All right, as that's being replaced real quick, Madison Y with the decorations up already. If you haven't been to this facility, I don't know, 5 years old, about. Very nice facility. Interestingly, we're sort of subterranean in the pool. That is the parking lot out there. If you saw my picture from the intro, we did have snow flurries this morning here in northern Jersey. It's all gone now. Nice advantage in this later session is we don't have sun glare, so looking out these windows, you can see there's a train line right there. That's the Morristown line running due east. So in the morning, we do get a bad sun glare. All right, here we are, back to the start. Underway with heat 1 of 3. All right, I'll read off names here. Lane 3, Montclair, that is Pema Jankley, Algera Webb, Lillian Stoop, Ava Lewis. Lane 4, Greater Morristown, Kaya Murphy, Arya Patel, Charlotte Lenz, and Samantha Bradley. And lane 5, Ridgewood, is made up of Cara Casey, Val Valdez, and Haley Mayland, and then the anchor there is Olivia Beamer. So that is lanes 3, 4, and 5. Unfortunately, won't be able to do that for the rest when we have full lanes. Probably just read off the first couple swimmers or the first team leading out. So, all right, here we are back to the start end. Third swimmers entering simultaneous there. 101.06, 101.58 there. ENCORE swimmer's about to step up on this right-hand wall. So entering the pool, we have Ava in 3, Samantha in 4, Olivia in 5. Five will be to the left here, 4 in the middle. Morristown came in on a 2:01.71. They're going sub 2, 1:58.74. Also sub 2, Ridgewood, 1:59.6. Nice job, ladies. That was heat 1 of 3. Here's our teams for heat 2 of 3. Top right are the teams for heat 3. So again, that orange text top right, that's kind of your on deck. It might be the next heat, or it could be the first heat of the next event. In this case, that's heat 3 up there. That is lane 2, Fanwood Scotch Plains with the early lead here. Leading off there is Trisha Oha. Entering the pool there is Caitlin Tabani in lane 2. Goes out 27.7, nice lead leg. Third swimmer to be entering Fanwood Scotch Plains, Eleanor Belvalvis. And then lane 7, that is Montclair. That team is made up of Harper Laughlin, Julia Goldman, Maxine Stewart, and Kelly Labaron. All right, middle of the pool catching up here, lanes 4 and 5. Final swimmer entering here. We got some nice splits of 29, 27.8 there for the lane 4 third swimmer. Thinking that's Emily Duback. Nice swim. She hands off to Kennedy Soto. All right. We're going to be tight here. Take a look. Lane 4. Looks like Westfield B team with the big push. They go low. Nice job, ladies. That is Elizabeth Williamson, Deanna Capsales, Emily Duback, as I mentioned, and Kennedy Soto anchoring that. We're going to come home 27-27. 26.99 up there for lane 1. Mayuka Mike. Nice. Could be low split. Lowest I saw, 26 and change. Nice job. This is heat 3. Oh, off. Top right of the heat 1 for the boys' side. So low seed here is in lane 4, 143.41. That is Madison A. Couple 27s on the board, low 27 in lane 1. Lane 1 team from Montclair, that was Aranola, Holly, Palmola, and Jana. But it looks like lane 4 with the lead here. Again, that is the Madison A, Sophie Tang, Alexa Morales, Katie Clark, and Caroline Kopatek. Lane 5 right on their hip. That is the Montclair A. That's with Colette Samoleski, Brianna Larncy, Magnolia Schmitzu, and Alexa Tinepe. So 4 and 5, middle of the pool. That's our lead groups. All right, lane 5, that is the Montclair A team. That in the pool should be Alexa Tinepe. Looks like she'll bring it home. And lane 5's going low. She comes home 26-6. 26.93 for lane 3. That is Maria Federock, or I'm sorry, Amelia Federock. Nice 26s in there. Nice swims, ladies. Way to get us started. Okay, next up is going to be heat 1 of the boys. 13 and over, 200 free relay. Oh, I'm sorry, we have lane 7 coming in. We'll go wide for a second. So that low time, 1:48.40, just off their seed. All right, we're underway here, heat 1. I'm sorry, I was a little slow. I'm convinced I'm losing my hearing. I did not hear the start bell, horn. All right, top right of your screen are the entries for the teams in heat 2 of 3. All right, we have 2 teams in the pool. WY, which is Westfield YMCA. That's Mateo, Tommy, James, and Noah making up that team. In lane 3 from Montclair, we have Frank, Thomas, Soren, and Thomas Andes. This will be Thomas Andes in 3 and Noah Bastu in 5. All right, good job, guys. 152, 153. Their seeds where 156 is. That was heat 1 of 3. Here we go with heat 2. All right, see the officials in the middle of the pool there convening potential disqualification. It being freestyle, more than likely DQ could be around a bad transition. This is heat 2 of 3. Event 38. I did not have an entry in lane 8. Neither does the scoreboard. So hopefully that is not the team from Montclair that's swimming in the next heat, but shouldn't be an issue. All right, first to the wall, lane 3. That is your Ridgewood team. No, wait, that's a sorry, lane 3 was Madison. Lane 4 is Ridgewood. We have 4 and 5 neck to neck. That is Ridgewood and Madison. So 4 and 5. I was looking at 3, sorry. All right, they continue to lead. Lane 4 from Ridgewood is Zachary, Sabi, Joey, and Daniel. Lane 5 from Madison is Blake, Ike, Sean, and Owen. All right, you see the two officials in between. Real quick, they're turning 4 and 5 simultaneously. When we go back to the start end, you'll see the officials looking down the line. They're in the middle of the pool. One has responsibility for 5 through 8. The other has 1 through 4. Lane 4 coming home, low time there. That is Ridgewood, 143.67, dropping about 3 3/4 off a 147.46 seed time. Nice job, guys. Those 8 lanes will be the 8 fastest seed times. All right, bottom left, you see the time, the start box being adjusted. What's going on here? All right, here we go. Oh, I thought we were gone. All right, I just got a little error. So if you are seeing a little buffering, looks like it's coming from my side. YouTube's telling me not getting enough data. Things look to be flowing, so hopefully it's not terrible. If somebody could comment, let me know right now. If you are on a phone or tablet or computer, you could put in the chat. Just let me know viewing experience and if there's any degradation. We are underway. This is going to be fast. Hold on to your hats, as they say. All right, so lane 1, Westfield, lane 2, Fanwood Scotch Plains, lane 3, Montclair, lane 4, Madison, lane 5, Ridgewood, lane 6, Madison B, lane 7, Morristown, lane 8, Montclair B. What do we get on that board? 24s, hello. Again, the low seed was a 137.30. This lane 4 team, I told you who's on that. I'll tell you who's on lane 2 for Fanwood Scotch Plains. That's Cooper, Ethan, Alexander, and EJ. Trying to chase down the Madison team in 4. I think he made a little time. Let's look at that splits on 2 versus 4. 23.89, 23.90. So some of it could be made up in a good start. Here we go. Looks like Madison's going to hold on. They're going to be first to turn at the far end. He's got a full body length on 2. And they're bringing it home. Again, came in 137.30, 136.13. Nice 1 second plus drop. 138.44 for Fanwood Scotch Plains. They came in on a 143.33. I'll call that 5 seconds. It's 4.89, 4.90. So nice swim, guys. So that's going to wrap up the relays, 400-yard IM. Oh, let's update the names and we'll get going with that. Here are the three swimmers in the heat 1 of 3 for the girls. Top right are the swimmers in heat 2 of 3. All right. A lot of lack of etiquette. I'm just being a curmudgeon maybe, but oh. So a lot of yelling during the starts. Really unfortunate for the people on the block getting ready to swim. This is heat 1 of 3, as I said, 400-yard IM, 100-yard, 4 lengths of each stroke. We have Molly, Grace, and Piper, lanes 3, 4, and 5. This will be 50 complete of their butterfly. Top right are the entries for heat 2 here. All right, the ladies wrapping up the butterfly. They'll go to backstroke here. 100 yards complete, 25%. Yeah, a little out of focus there, folks. That's on my side. I don't know. This camera's having a little issue. All right, this is halfway through backstroke. All right, we'll be transitioning back to breaststroke at this wall. It's 200 yards complete. All right, the ladies here will be halfway through their breaststroke leg. 2 more lengths and then 4 lengths of freestyle. All right, freestyle, 4 lengths. All right. Final turn on this right-hand wall, 50 to go, down and back. Grace leading him out, followed by Molly and then Piper. Final turn, left-hand side. Grace came in on a 6:20.99 seed. We'll see her coming under the flags and into the finish, improving on that time. Nice job, Grace, 6:08.79. And Piper's improving on her 6:22 down to 6:17. Great job, ladies. That's a tough race. This is heat 2 of 3. Right. So the official's saying relax. Now he's saying step down. All right, still having a little technical issue here with the start box. So if you're not familiar, that box there, I mentioned earlier, it's a battery-powered box that has the microphone attached to it. So for the speaker, the microphone has a button on it which initiates the start, and then that box blinks. There's a strobe on top and a speaker on the side makes the sound. And then there's a gray cord that comes off, and that does a couple things. That feeds into the timing system in the office, which is recording all the times, just basically start the stopwatch to record it. And then it also, there are speakers out under each of the blocks. So under the block here, there's also a speaker. So there you go. And that all is connected through that panel. And anything when it's around water has challenges, so. So you'll hear Colorado Timing Systems. That is the company that produces that box, or the whole setup, and that box is part of the whole system. So the other part of that is in the pool. These are the touch pads. So that black panel, which is about 2 feet tall, and then the width of the lane, has a cord coming off, and that is also tied into the same system. So as swimmers come in and they put pressure on that, it basically registers. The easiest way to think about that, think of a metal screen door, 2 pieces of screen with an air gap. Swimmer comes in and basically compresses those two, creates a little electrical signal. Don't worry, it's low voltage. And that then registers to the timing system that the pad was touched. So, somewhat rudimentary technology, much like old phones, how they worked. If anybody knows the term tip and ring, very similar. But challenging to keep maintained and operational. All right. Again, chat's open. Anybody has questions, comments, other tidbits to share with anybody else, please feel free to put them in there. I'll give you a shout out if somebody has a kind of something to share that makes me chuckle. I don't know what's, oh, there's water in the bucket. So I don't know if anybody, real quick, side note again, hopefully I'm talking to an older audience so I can say this. There is a brewery in Florida called Cigar City. They decided to package a case of beer in a bucket, much like that Home Depot bucket. And I think it's an ingenious marketing. So then you have the bucket, you put ice in it, you have a travel cooler, and then everywhere you go with that bucket, it's advertising for them. So if anybody is watching from Florida, all right, they're testing out the system now. Watching from Rhode Island, cheer on WY, Westfield, Rosalie. Okay, we'll keep an eye out for Rosalie from Westfield. Again, just for clarity, WY is Westfield YMCA. WFY is Wyckoff Family Y. So just, I always say that a few times just in case there is any. All right, I turned that speaker up, or microphone up. That got very loud. In case there is anybody that might not be familiar with that abbreviation, monikers. All right, so we are on heat 2 of 3. First to turn there is Mishka in lane 3. All right, the girls will be at 75 yards on this left-hand lane. So lane 1, Nina. Lane 2, Bridget. Lane 3, as I mentioned, Mishka. Lane 4, Pima. 5, Molly. 6, Melanie. 7, Deanna. And 8 is Kiko. We're going to swing all the way back to the start and watch the ladies transition from butterfly to back. And again, my intent here, one is to bring you the viewing, but also maybe some swimmers would want to watch this and pick up pointers during these transition periods. So I try and keep as many swimmers in frame at a time, but also, try and recognize significant efforts or significant swims that's occurring. So we'll go wide on this. So swimmers just transitioned. They'll be on the left-hand side. That's 25 yards complete of their backstroke. There's our lead 2 swimmers, lanes 3 and 2 respectively. Lane 3 is Mishka, lane 2, Bridget. All right, for the swimmers going left to right or top to bottom, depending on your perspective, this is the final leg of the backstroke. So we'll be then transitioning to breaststroke. Nice flip turn, lane 2, Bridget. Stay here with the rest of the swimmers transitioning. All right, lead swimmers here, lanes 2 and 3. Bridget in 2, Mishka in 3. We'll take a different perspective. See majority of the pool here. Again, we're at that far wall. Oop. All right, the names for Heat 3 already updated top right. We'll go back to the start end. Where are we? Are we done with breast? No. Yes, we are. Freestyle. Sorry, folks. I lost track there a second. All right. So lead swimmers 2 and 3, Bridget and Mishka, they've transitioned to freestyle. Here is lane 6. Melanie going freestyle. And then same with lanes 4 and 7. 4, Pima, Deanna in 7. And then up there in Nina in 1. All right, go back to the start. So lane 8 will transition to freestyle. Lanes 2 and 3, 50 to go, down and back. They're halfway done with their freestyle. Third place running order here, lane 6. All right, let's go a little wider view. We'll be finishing here, lane 2. Looks like Bridget's going low. She came in 6:04. We're going sub 6. We're going sub 5:40. Call it a 5.5. Nice job. Mishka into the wall. She came in 5:39. She goes 5:37. Lane 6 finishing 5:46 for Melanie. That's a 10-second improvement there. Great effort, ladies. Lane 4. Pima into the wall, just off her seed. .605. Nina right on her seed time up in lane 1. And Deanna right on her seed in lane 7. All right, lane 8 coming into the finish. This is final heat, heat 3. Then we'll see some boys' names on the top right. All right, top right are now the entries for the first heat for the boys. That is also heat 1 of 3. All right, this is halfway through the butterfly for the ladies. We'll be at the final 25 after this turn. All right, we have a transition here, butterfly to backstroke. Lane 3, Alexa Morales, first to turn. Followed by Valeria Cavallo. Ready at the far end. All right, we'll be halfway through backstroke here at this side. All right, lead swimmer, lane 3 is already turned at the far side. We'll stay here for a second. See lane 1 turn. Give you a little tight shot here. Lead swimmer, lane 3, Alexa. All right, we're into breaststroke. Real quick jump ahead. Lane 3's turn coming back at us, followed by 4, and then 6-5. This is halfway through their breaststroke, so running order there, lane 3, lane 4, lane 5, lane 6. I'm sorry, I'm missing you in lane 8. And lane 7. All right, so lane 1 will be turning on breaststroke. Lanes 2, 3, and 4 will be turning and transitioning to freestyle. Same with 5 and 6. All right, we'll jump there. We'll give you the wall here for lanes 2, 8, and 7, transitioning to freestyle. Final 50 as the girls turn, almost even. We'll give you this turn here. They're also running arm in arm. All right. You can see the excitement. We'll give you a better view of that. Again, not competing first, second place, but like first or second, more or less just kind of one driving off the other. Great race, ladies. Way to go fast. 31:61. Alexa comes home with the low time, 5:02. And they shake hands after. Can't beat it. All right. Lane 1 will turn. She has 50 to go. 8 finishing. Nice job, ladies. Didn't get a touch there in 8, though. 5:20 something for Juliana. Improving on a 5:33 seed. Nice job. Low time, though. Alexa goes 5:02. Came in 5:16.79. Nice improvement. It's 14, 13, high 13s, 13.8 something. Nice job. Valeria right on her seed. Impressive time there. All right, up in lane 1, wrapping it up. That's Allegra. All right, here we are. 3 guys for the first heat here. Yeah, So they're going to try and stop this race. It was a loud whistle. So you see the officials. All right. So with that start, I'm from old school. They used to drop a rope all the way across the pool and used to swim into the rope and strangle yourself. Stop them. All right. All right. So there was a bad start. Two of the swimmers kind of went off. One was not. Interestingly, he's going to swim back. It's up to the officials how they handle this, if they just restart it now or have them pause. More than likely, just because he swam 100 yards or so, they will let him, or all three, take a break, swim the next heat, and then come back to this. Again, this was heat one of three, of event 40. The names on the top right are the event 2 swimmers. If we look behind, they might be queued up to go. All right, so the officials are meeting to discuss game plan here. They don't let me put a camera in the situation room though downstairs. I can't do the, like the NFL has the camera showing all the replays and stuff. They don't allow me to do that. So. Huh? I could. But the perspective, like if you do the opposite, it's hard to watch. I'll tell you what I can. All right. So we're going with heat 2. I've got to save those names somewhere. So if I understood, we're going with heat 2. These are the names. I don't know if we're going 3 next or back to 1. That would be the question. All right, but the scoreboard reflects what I'm showing you. We are underway. All right, so with that bad start, can't call it a false start, wasn't swimmers causing it. That was heat 1. Those swimmers are, in a sense, trying to cool down a little to get ready to race again. This is heat 2 in the pool, 2 of 3. Lane 1, lane 6 here. Lane 6 first to turn. That's Taylor. Nino up in 1. And then lane 4, Frank in the mix. Ready at the far end here. I didn't get any grandma cam. Here's a real quick one. That is lane 7. Here's lane 1 and 4 coming into the wall. We'll go wide. See the rest of the field turning there from breast to back. All right, lead swimmers at that far end, lane 7, that is Tyler, pardon me. Followed by Nino in 1. Lane 4 is Frank. lane 5, William. Let's swing back to the start end. Halfway through backstroke there for lane 7, Tyler. Same with 1, 4, 5. You see swimmers already, trailing swimmers making their way back on the backstroke. This will be the final 25 back for lane 7, closest to us there, Tyler. And then similarly, lane 1 and 4. All right. So swimmers going left to right, coming under. This will be the conclusion of his backstroke 100. We have breast and free to go. All right, a few more swimmers just wrapping up the backstroke. This is Matthew in 6, William in 3, Nathan in 2. I got to go wide. We have our lead swimmer coming in halfway through his breaststroke. He'll stay breast. Everybody else starting their breast up there in 2 and 3. Lane 1 halfway through his breaststroke. And then same with 4 and 5 coming into your picture. We'll give you a little closer zoom on them. 4 is Frank, 5 is William. All right, so lane 6, this is Matthew turning. He has 50 to go in the breaststroke. Lane 7, Tyler, he'll be transitioning to freestyle, bottom of your screen. And then we'll come up here. Lane 1 is the same. Lane 3, still got breaststroke to go. And then middle of the pool, they'll transition to freestyle. Frank and William. Williams made up a little room on Frank during that last split, splitting him over a second faster. All right, lead swimmer is Tyler in 7. You see him now coming back into your screen. He's halfway through his freestyle. We'll take you to the far end. You get a little perspective here. Got to go wide. All right. So bottom swimmer there, lane 7, second from the bottom. He'll be finishing on this right-hand wall. We'll go get him. Nice swim, Tyler. 5:05.90. Did not come in with the seed time, but that 5:05 would have put him in the mix of the final heat. Lane 1 finishing. That is a 5:17 for Nino. He also did not have a seed time. Middle of the pool, 2 swimmers finishing there in lanes 4 and 5. 4 goes 5:29. That's Frank. Big improvement off of 5:45. Bigger improvement, William in 5 came in 5:59. He just went 5:29. 30-second improvement. Nice job, William. Nice. Thanks for making the math easy too. 5:59 down to a 5:29 low. 30 plus. Okay, a couple swimmers still out. This is lane 2, Nathan. All right, folks, I don't know if we're getting heat 3 or heat... Yeah, I guess we're getting heat 3. I should have updated those names. Was he done? He turned and everybody made a loud noise. I don't know if he was done or not. So let me give you the names for heat 3, as that's what it looks like behind the blocks. So top right, if we're going to heat 3, as I see a swimmer in 5, 1, and 8. Yeah, so let's think we're going here. This is Nathan, lane 2. Sorry, he's coming into your frame. I kind of got distracted with those names. All right, he's done. All right. Here we go with heat 3. And then we'll go back and swim heat 1. Okay. Everybody got off on that start. Let's catch the guys coming at us. Chris Matthey in 4, first to turn. Got to give you Grandma Cam. All right, I refer to Grandma Cam if you can get a view of somebody's face, because I imagine somebody's grandma is sitting home going, oh my gosh, there he is. So. All right, we'll be at 75 of this butterfly at this left wall. All right, on to the backstroke. We'll take you to the far end. You can see Chris continues to lead in 4. Followed by 1, 3, 5, and 7. All right, lead swimmer here halfway through backstroke at the right wall. We'll stay here for a second. Try and put those names up from that heat 1, which will be swimming next. All right, top right of your screen, folks. Those are the swimmers we're anticipating who are next. Those are the heat 1 swimmers. All right, we should be transitioning to breaststroke for Chris there in 2. And then the next group of swimmers coming under the flags. You'll see lanes 1, 3, 5 transitioning to breaststroke here. Now with 2, 7, 8, and 6. All right, here's our lead swimmer, Chris, in lane 4. He'll be halfway through his breaststroke as he gets under the flags and turns. This is running order 2, 3, and 4. Sorry, missed your lane 8. There you are. All right. So everybody chasing Chris here. We're going breast to free here. Same with our swimmers here. That's lane 3, Jack Elmeyer. And then lane 5, sorry, Sam. All right, coming into your frame there, lane 4, Chris is halfway through his freestyle. What he split on that 31.2, awesome. That's after 300 yards of other strokes. There's other swimmers' first leg of their free, 32.6, 33.74. We'll catch Chris here coming home. 4:32, came home 29.9. Nice job, Chris, improving on a 4:41 seed. Awesome. All right, other finishers coming in under the flags. That is lane 3, Jack. Jack goes 4:48, improving on a 4:51 seed. Nice job, Jack. 4:52 for Sam, just off his seed. Sam, I'm sorry, we have a couple Sams. That was Sam in 5. Sam Jiang in 1. Came in 5:12. He just went 4:58. So almost 14 seconds. Here we go, heat 1. All right, these are the guys that we had the bad start with earlier. Underway. Nice swim there, guys. If I overlook somebody else kind of with a significant time, please post it in the chat. Let's give the recognition for the guys and the girls. All right, so this will be the final heat, and then the names you'll see up top will be 200-yard backstroke swimmers. Heat 1 of 8 is up next. All right, that's now updated. 3 entries there. All right, that's 75 yards complete for the guys. And we're on to backstroke. Again, this is the heat 1 of event 40. It's being rerun. Then we'll move on to event 41 right after this. This is Sebi in 3. Unfortunately, first name's cut off on my sheet. Samarin? And then Peter. Samarin's in 4, Peter's in 5. All right. So I gave Sebi a little FaceTime. We'll come here, pick up our other 2 swimmers. All right, Sebi in 3 is onto his breaststroke. You see him going right to left, green cap. We'll stay here, see the transition for these 2. Again, green cap is Sebi, lead swimmer out of this group. All right, jump ahead. Sebi turned already. We'll see the second and third swimmers coming into your frame. Halfway through their breaststroke. Again, on deck will be the next event, which is 41, 200 backstroke. All right, we'll stay with Sebi here. He'll be transitioning breast to free, 300 yards complete. 4 lengths of the pool to go. All right, everybody's on freestyle. Lead swimmer going left to right here. He'll be halfway through. $50 to go, down and back. $50 to go for the guys here in lanes 4 and 5. We'll have a finish here. Sebi in the green cap. Sebi goes sub 5. I looked away on. He did not have a seed time. That's a great swim there. Would have put him, like, based on just seed times, I don't have all the results in front of me. Based on seed times, would have put him 5th overall coming in. So nice job. All right, so that's going to conclude that. We move to event 41 now. Try and get back on track. Here are the ladies. 200-yard backstroke. Heat 1 of 8. Names for heat 2, top right. Wait, what's going on here? Why are we going heat? Oh, did they? Where did heat 1 go? Where did heat? What happened to heat 1? There was 3 swimmers in heat 1. I don't know. This is heat 2 according to the scoreboard. So sorry I didn't have the names updated for you folks. I'm going to. This is weird. All right, so there must have been some shuffling I did not get a note on. So, all right. So scoreboard says heat 2. Maybe they did an update on it. I got to look at Meet Mobile. But scoreboard top left, that doesn't have a name, and there's a swimmer in 8. So. Events, okay. It's okay, everybody's gonna get a time. We're just trying to see what's going on here. Or no. All right, always refer to the scoreboard. Unfortunately, all right, coming into the, no, turning still. This is a 200-yard, 8 lengths of the pool. All right, so where this is, according to the board, 41 event 41 heat 2. There is a swimmer in lane 8. We'll see what cap we see there. This is our swimmer in 8, Madison cap. All right, so we'll try and figure out what's going on. This is 41-2. Maybe there was a scratch and they consolidated because there was a couple of empty lanes. I just didn't get notified. So that's what we're guessing. Guessing that heat 3 is up next. Let me give you those names. Top right are the entries in heat 3 of this event 41. All right. 244. All right. So my best guess is heat 1 had 3 swimmers, maybe 1 scratched, had 2 additional swimmers, and they placed them in lanes 1 and 8, which were open in heat 2. So assuming we're going heat 3, and I'm assuming, let's check caps. All right, board says heat 3. So, yeah, if you did have a swimmer in heat 1, I think they just got rolled into heat 2. Okay, we're underway with heat 3. Shauna, Maiva, Rosalie, Verity, Annie, Arden, Kara, and Hadash. Names are updated top right for heat 4. Should see those swimmers behind the blocks. Lane 3, first to turn, Olivia Beamer. Oh, wait, heat 3, sorry. I got ahead of myself. Rosalie Smith in 3. This is the ladies at 75. All right, lead swimmer, lane 3, Rosalie Smith under the flags. First to turn here at the 100. 119.75 cumulative. Followed by lane 1, Shuhana. So running order, lane 3, lane 1, lane 8. This is Rosalie in 3. This will be 150. Up in lane 1, Shuhana. Take you wide here, see the rest of the swimmers. Lane 8 turning, that's Hadash. All right, let's see the swimmers turning here. Lead swimmer 3 going away from us. That's Rosalie Smith. She'll be finishing. Rosalie came in on a 2:58. We're dropping a bunch on that. Here's Rosalie into the finish. And cheering from the fans. Followed by lane 1, Shuhana. And then lane 8, Hadash. Lane 8 came in 3:04, just went 2:51, huge improvement. Shuhana up in 1 came in 3:03 and went 2:48. Oh, shucks, folks, I didn't update names. Hold on. Now they're updated. All right, this is heat 4. Names for 5 are on the top right of your screen in orange text. Here are the ladies turning at the 50. First to turn, Beamer in 3, followed by Coughlin in 5. That's Olivia Beamer and Maura Coughlin. Here are the ladies at the 75-yard wall, left end. Lead swimmer here, lane 3. Followed by 5, 6, 7, 4, 2. All right, swing down to the far end in a second. All right, lead swimmer there in 3. Again, that's Olivia. Lane 1 is empty in this race. This is 150 turns, splitting a 39 for Olivia. They ignore the running order. I don't know why it gave Olivia second. I don't think that is correct. All right, I think lane 3 here might have got an extra touch for Brooke Davis in 2, but I think this is the finish for Beamer. She came in 2:50.90. She goes 2:31.6. Nice swim. Second to the wall, 2:36.35 for Mora, dropping off a 2:48.52. All right, that's going to wrap up our Heat 4. Here we go with Heat 5 swimmers entering the water. Underway. This is Heat 5 of 8. Katie, Elizabeth, Nima, Chloe, Sienna, Celine, Selin maybe, and then Celine and Amelia. Katie in 1, Nima in 3, turning first. Followed by in lane 7, that is Celine Zhang. 75 yards complete at this point. Those are 100 splits you see up on the board, cumulative under the time column. That last right wall was 150. We're at 175. Ladies bringing it home here. Katie in 1 came in 246. Nima in 3 came in 242. You see the significant drops there. Nice job, and in between them there, Elizabeth in 2 came in 244, just didn't get a clean touch. And then Selin in 6 came in 244. She goes 232. Awesome swim across the board, everybody. Underway with Heat 6 of 8. Names for heat 7, top right. All right, empty lane here in 8. We're supposed to be ball set. That is lane 6. Emma Zhao, first to turn there at the 75-yard mark. All right, swimmers back at the start end. This will be the 150 turn, 2 lengths to go. Lead swimmer there, lane 6. Emma Zhao, you can see, making her way. She'll be under the flags in a second. We'll catch her coming into the wall, and then we'll go wide. Nice swim, Emma. She goes 2:28.98, dropping off a 2:39. That's 10 plus. Nice job. Okay, that was heat 6. Here we go with 7. 7 of 8. I'm just seeing the comment there. Thank you, Key Weiber. Yeah, so if there was 3 entries, the 1 scratched. The next heat had 2 open lanes. So. All right, in the pool is heat 7 of 8. I'll get you the names for heat 8 in a second. Then we have 7 heats on the boys' side. All right, names top right are the heat 8 swimmers. All the results available in Meet Mobile, so you can download that for your phone or tablet, Android or Apple products. You just search for a 2025 Ice Cube, and you should find the meet, and then go to events, and you should look for Saturday PM. That's a session we are in right now. Close race across the board here as the ladies come back for the 100 turn. We'll be at 150 on the right wall. So the seed times here range from 2:32 up to 2:35. So everybody kind of swimming to their pace. That is lane 4, Palmoa. Big push at the end there. She goes low time, 2:29. Nice improvement off an already impressive 2:32. Sophia in 8, dropping a second. Same with lane 7, Harper. This is final heat. Top right, you see boys' names for their heat 1 of 7 up next. Emily, Katie, it's a little cut off. Magnolia, Oriana, Kendall, Colette, Holly, and Amelia Maria make up the entries here for the final heat of this event. So the next event, based on the kind of the software scheduling and prediction, was supposed to go off at 5:41 p.m. It is 5:52, so all things considered, with the start box, and then we just eliminated one heat, kind of only 10 minutes off schedule. So I always joke about that, but I imagine this day and age, a lot of the kids having cell phones. It's not that some parents sitting home trying to predict when they need to leave to come do pickups or anything like that. So that last turn was the 100. We're at 125 here on the left wall. .150 first to turn there is lane 5, Kendall. All right, low time goes to Kendall at 2:20, just off her seed. 2:27. Amelia down in 8, dropping a little bit there. She came in on a 2:30.34, just went 2:27. 2:25, couple second drop for Holly in 7. Full second drop for Katie in 2, Katie Clark. Here we are, heat 1 of 7. Oliver, Ryan, Joshua, and Hudson making up this quartet. No, wait, we lost one. Making up this trio. Lane 2, no show, Oliver. This is, again, heat 1 of 7. This is 75 yards complete at the wall. This will be a 100 turn. .125 on the left side. I don't think we're done there. Yep. All right. Hopefully that doesn't result in a DQ hanging on the wall there, but we'll see. 200s kind of sometimes lose track if you don't swim them often or. All right, should be coming into the wall here. All the swimmers did not have seed times. So low time there, 2:29 for Ryan Chen. That would have put him, 2:29, would have put him in like heat 5 of 7. Some nice time there, Ryan. Good job. All right, here we are, next heat. This is heat 2 of 7. And story time with Mike. So shout out Nicholas Roman, lane 8, small world story. I went to grammar school, high school with his dad, and then wound up working at the same company after college. So shout out to any Romans out there watching. This is heat 2 in the pool. Names for 3 updated top right. And to add funny small world story too, the place we worked at was if anybody from the Morristown, Parsippany area, was the old 1515 on Route 10, which is then knocked down and now is a large number of apartment complexes across from Seasons 52, next to the Marriott. There you go. Now you know. All right, Nicholas came in with no seed time, so you see him bot lane 8 there. See him a little bit better here in this view. He's followed by lane 5. That's Durin in 5. And then turning there, lane 6 is Shanak. Okay, we'll swing down to the start end. Nicholas is ready turn there. That is a 100 split at 109.58. Oh. Lane 5 turning there. That's Durin on a 118 100 split. And here comes the field. Remainder of the swimmers splitting their 100. Take a look. Nicholas already gone from this view, but we'll see the second group. You'll see him here. He's at 150. All right, so this is second running order for lane 5, Durin, and then lane 6. All right, bottom of your screen, then it'll be coming in on the finish. Nicholas Roman, impressive time there, 2:18. It'll take you wide, catch up with the field. That 2:18 would have put him in the final heat. Nice job, D-Ron. So 2:44 for Durin, if I'm pronouncing that properly. If not, I'm sorry. Came in on a 3:03. That's almost a 20-second drop. Call it 19 and 18, high 18s. Great swim there. Third running order was Shawnock. Came in on a 3:09, just went 2:47. Also incredible drop. This is our heat 3 of 7. All right, here are the guys at the 50. Thomas, Alec, Christopher, Tommy, Andrew, Benjamin, Hutton, and Dean. All right, we'll jump down to the far end. This will be a 150 split on the right-hand wall. .175, lead swimmer there in lane 3, Christopher Cho. Top of your screen, Christopher coming into the home. Oh, wait. Yeah, he's going to go low time there, 2:33. I know we got an extra touch somewhere in lane 6, I think. We'll get that. So I think 2:33, improving 10 seconds off of 2:43. That was heat 3. Nice drop there. Thomas in 1 came in 2:49, just went 2:37.90. That's great drop. Hutton in 7 had about a 6.5, 7-second drop too. Big effort, guys. Keep it up. In the pool is heat 4 of 7. Names are updated top right for the next heat. I jumped one too many cameras. Sorry, folks. Heat 5 names, top right. This will be a 100 split. Lead swimmer there, lane 3, Sean Boyd. Ready at the far end, Sean turning at 125. Take it back to the start end. We're at 150 here. Powerful swim, splitting a 34.9 there. 34.4 out of Joey in lane 8. If that's... All right, we'll take a look. Here's some of the field still coming right to left. We'll have a finish there in lane 3 for Sean Boyd. We'll jump all the way to the finish side. Nice job. He goes 217, dropping a bunch off a 233.19. 222 for Sam in 5. That's an 11-second drop off a 233.06. 227 down there for Joey in 8. He's dropping off a 236. It's 9. Great job, guys. That was 4. Here's heat 5. All right, here are the guys at the 50. Oh. And we're at 75 on the left-hand wall. Those are 100 splits there, 106.78, 107.41. That's Cooper and then Drew. Lanes 4 and 5, respectively. All right, they're ready under the flags here at 150, down and back to go. Mike Engel in 7, he had an impressive 36 split. Big second half for him. All right, lane 4 is going low. That is Cooper. He came in 224. He goes 219. Mike Engel in 7. Came in 230. He goes 222. Nice drop, Mike. Second place there was Drew. Came in 225. He goes 221. Guys are swimming. All right, this is heat 6 of 7. Names for next heat, top right. This is the second to last heat, so this is 6 in the pool. Names for 7, top right. Lane 1, first to turn up there, that's Luca. Followed by lane 5, Ike. Let's give a little camera time here. Lanes 1 and 2. Same running order. Lane 1, lane 5, lane 2. I don't think I've said Ethan's name there in lane 2. All right, maintaining that order. That is our 150 wall there, folks. 2 lengths to go. We'll have 1 length at this side. Luca up in 1, continues to lead. Again, we'll give him a little camera time being so far away. Nice job, way to go hard into the wall. Luca goes 2:15.72. That's a big drop. That's 7 off a 2:22.65. 2:18 for Ike, dropping off a 2:20. Here we are, final heat. 2:23, 26. What a 2:18, lane 5. That's a signal. Boys are underway here for the final heat, heat 7. You'll see girls' names top right in a second for the 100 breaststroke. That'll be our next event, event 43. The guys turning at the 50. Carter, Hayden, Ronan, Chris, 1 through 4. Anthony, Ben, Gabe, and Ryan, swimmers in 5 through 8. All right, Chris Matthey in 4s leading here at the 125 mark. We'll be at 150 on this wall here. Lead swimmer here, Chris in 4, and off to his right, well, it'll be his left now, is Anthony in 5. Here we come into the finish. 2:03.98, Chris Matthey dropping off an already impressive 2:04.97. That's 0.99, no. Yeah, 0.99. Nice swim. 2:16 on the outside. Ryan in 8 with the big drop there, 4-second drop. Okay, here we go. 100 breaststroke for the ladies. Great swim there, Chris Matthey, improving on a already impressive 2:04 down 2:03.9. Great job. Chris was here last night swimming the distances. We're underway. 2 ladies here in this first of 11 heats. 100 breaststroke, 4 lengths of the pool. Into the finish there, Maya goes low time, 1:26.02. She didn't have a seed time. That 1:26 would have put her heat 7 of 11. So significant time there. Nice job. And we have Jill coming into frame. Jill came in on a 1:58. We're dropping on just at that seed. Sorry. Got a little ahead. 2:00 flat. Look at that. All right, next heat. This is heat 2 of 11. Underway. Names top right are the heat 3 names. All right, here are the ladies turning at the 50. Good. All right, ladies working their way to finish. All right, low time there, 1:32 to Ava Lewis, dropping a full 10 plus on a 1:42.86 seed. Nice job. 1:34 for Mava, that's dropping off a 1:40. That's 5.5. Nice job. All right, that was heat 2. Here we go with heat 3. Thank you. I can give you a headphone if you want to talk to him. It's not on yet. I'll turn you on, but... Sorry? Yeah, I'll turn you on in a sec. Put it on, and then I'll turn you... Can you hear me now? All right, you can say something if you'd like.
Hello, everyone out there. This is the Wyckoff Sharks announcer, Rachel. I am the proud mother of Rosalie Smith. Woo-woo. And we're giving a shout out to Snoopy and to Grant and all of our Sharks out there having a great meet. Go swim.
Okay, thank you. All right. All right, low time there was lane 4. Nima, she came in 134. She just went 130.21. Here we go. I'm sorry, I read that. Yeah, that was, yeah, here we go, heat 4. So that was Nima in the last race. Top right names for heat 5. All right, close one across the board. 1, 2, 3, look to first to turn, add in 7 and 6. 42's on the board. Nice swimming, ladies. This is heat 4 of 11. Be a 75-yard wall on the left side. Looks like lane 3, first to turn. Rosalie Smith, low time, came in 131.57, just went 127.12. That's 4 plus. Nice swim, Rosalie. Is that your daughter? Is that her daughter? That's every parent should get on. Look at that, it translates. All right, so ironically, guest commentator's daughter just went low time in that heat. So if anybody else out there knows somebody here wants to get on and give a shout out, there is an extra microphone. This is, I don't think we're at heat 7. Scoreboard, I think the scoreboard jumped. We're not at heat 7, right? Should be at heat 5. Now I'm confused. I think it's heat 5 in the pool. Scoreboard showing 7. Right? Oh, there, now they caught up. All right. Scoreboard's back to heat 5. The interesting thing, that is purely a display thing, if you would. The timing system would still record all the times independent of what the scoreboard is displaying. So, again, another now you know moment. All right, heat 5, names for 6, updated top right. All right, a shout out there for Yasmin. Mummy's watching all the way from London. I'm just seeing that. Sorry if I missed her earlier. Low time there, lane 3, Evelyn. Dang goes low, came in 129.09, goes 125. Nice job, Evelyn. Here we go, heat 6. Dedicated mommy there watching from London, coming up on midnight. I joked earlier, there's some people from San Diego on the midday. I said, would you have been here on the 8 a.m. broadcast, which would have been 5 for them? All right, halfway mark there, middle of the pool, pretty tight, 41s. This is heat 6. Names top right are your heat 7 swimmers. We'll be at 75 yards on the right side now. Under the flags, coming home to the finish. Looks like lane 5 goes low, and she does. Charlotte dropping off in a already impressive 127.06, drops 3/4 of a second. 126.33 low time in that heat. Here we go, heat 7 of 11. All right, into the finish here, lane 4 goes low, 121.75. Samantha, big drop. It's almost 4 seconds off of 125.66. Morgan in 7, 122.70. She came in on a 126.03. Here we go, heat 8. I thought somebody got hurt. All right, in the pool is heat 8 of 11. Ladies turning at the 50. Keep an eye top of your screen. 1-2, touching first. All right, mix in 8. Haven't had outside smoke in a while. Let's give a little better view up there of lane 1 and 2. All right, we'll catch them after they turn. This is lane 1 and 2. Lane 1 with the big push at the end, coming in low. 119.29, sub 120. That's Alexa. She came in 125.12. Awesome swim. Kennedy next to her came in 124.91. Just went 120.51. I didn't update these, folks. Give me a second. Come on, come on. They'll refresh. Now they'll add logos and we'll be caught up. Oh. All right. Folks, I did not do that. Me changing the logos did not cause that. All right, this is Heat 9. Names for 10, top right of your screen. Oh, thank you. Thanks. Awesome. Thank you. All right, ladies will be at 75 on the left wall here. Mayuka in 5s leading. We'll give a little. And she's going to bring it home. Low time here, 116.03. That is 6+ seconds off of 122.13. Great swim. Similar next to her, Kelly LeBone dropping time. She came 117. Awesome swim on the outside. Great swim, ladies. Heat 10. Second to last heat. All right, lane 4, that's Trisha. First to turn, followed by 7 and 8. Sienna and Mariah, respectively, 7 and 8. All right, same running order, 4, 7, 3, 8, 6, 5. Add 1 in there. Here we are into the finish. Look at this big second half, lane 7 for Sienna. She came in 119.90, goes 116.32. Oh, we have a tie, first of the day, 116.32. Nice swims, ladies. That was 10. Here's our final heat. Big drop there, though, for Sienna in 7. All right, final heat. There's our lane 5 swimmer, Sierra, first to turn, turning at 33.7. All right, the ladies at 75. This is turn and burn for home. Big swim here, lane 5, Sierra, I'm sorry, I'm mispronouncing it. 111, nice improvement off of 112.5. She drops over a second there, 111.49. 17 outside on their seeds. Next up, here we go with the guys. First heat 1 of 10. Oh. Swimmer's not ready. Nope. Now he's ready. All right, we're underway. 100 breaststroke here for the boys. All right, did not have an entry in lane 7, so this could have been a late ad, so this is heat 1 of 10. Names for heat 2, top right. Lane 7's already turned. Lane 6 came in with no time. That's James Moon. All right, since we don't have a name for 7, let's see if we can. Maybe that's Jack Gelmeyer. That's my guess. All right, take it wide here. A couple swimmers still on the left-hand side, finishing up. This was heat 1 of 10 of event 44. Again, bottom right, you'll see where we're going with events in this session. Still got some swimming to go. It is 6:38 here, real time. This was slated to go off at 6:25, so we're a little bit behind. And I will look shortly what that last event time was. All right, here we go. This is heat 2. Yeah, so we were slated to go until 8:30-ish. So we got a couple hours still, folks. Glad you could be with us. Hope you're enjoying your Saturday. This is heat 2 of 10. Here are the guys turning at the 50. All right, guys at the 75 mark. All right, low time here's going to go to lane 7, Brady Ash, 123.13. That's a big drop off a 135.8 seed, followed by lane 5, Sergio. Sergio had a 132. He's dropping to a 126. Thomas up in 2, went 128.5. His seed was a 134. Nice job, guys. Here we go, next heat. This is heat 3. Lane 1, first to turn. Up there is Paul. That was the 50-yard mark, halfway. Take a little focus here on Paul in 1. See him under the flag. So we have outside smoke, 1-8. Nice job, guys. That was a 5-second improvement for Paul in 1, and then Noah in 8. That was a 4+ second improvement. All right, in the pool with heat 4. Names for 5, top right of your screen. All right, keep an eye top of your screen. Owen Moy up in 1, leading them out, followed by lane 7, Aaron. So as they say, we installed the fast water up there in lane 1. Great stroke. All right, and Paul's going to bring it home under the flags and into the wall. He came in on a 1:31.96. Wait, I'm sorry. Came in, Owen Moy. Was I reading the wrong name? I'm sorry. Owen Moy came in 1:27.83. Just went 1:15, folks. Lane 7 was Ryan. Came in 1:27. Just went 1:17.30. So 9.8. Great job. That was heat 4. Here's heat 5. All right, heat 5 of 10. Top right are the names for heat 6. All right, and into the finish. Tight one. Low time 118 for lane 6 for Joey. That's a 6-second drop off a 124.6 seed. Similarly, up in lane 3, 118 for Tommy, or Luke, where were we? Luke and Tommy both went 118. They came in 124s. That's high 5s, low 6. This is heat 6. Names updated, top right for heat 7. Keep an eye upper half, lane 1, lane 3 first to turn. That is Mateo turning on 35.48 front half. This is lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Lane 3, Mateo into the finish, came in 121.99. We're going 115.92. 6 seconds. Awesome. Lane 1 first to turn up there. That is Derek Knoll. Derek first at the 50, front half 32.80. Huh? I can't move. All right, big push there coming from lane 5. Into the wall, Derek takes it home. 110.97. He came in, call it 9.5 second improvement. Came in 120.54. Awesome swim, Derek. 112.97 from lane 5. That's a big improvement. Makana, lane 5, came in 118, just went 112. Awesome, guys. We got some swimming going on. Boys are ready at the far end. This is heat 8 in the pool. Names for 9 updated, top right. In lane 5, first to turn. That's Christian. All right, and into the wall, here we go. Lane 5 goes low, 110.34 for Christian. That's a 4-second improvement from a 114.46. This is heat 9 of 10, second to last. Names for the final heat, top right. Then we'll move on to the 200-yard IM, 8 heats on the girls' side. Boys are even under the flags. 1 through 5 separated by, 0.4, 0.5 seconds. All right, lane 2 having a big push there towards the end. We'll give them a little camera time. That is Ethan Ruiz going low time, 1:10.41, dropping over 3 seconds off at 1:13.73. Yeah, that Glitzen on the scoreboard, that's on my side. I have a bad wire somewhere, I just can't find it. So, final heat. Boys are underway, and then we'll get some girls' names on the top right. Those are the next swimmers, top right. At the halfway mark here, lanes 3, 4, and 5. That's Peter, Matthew, and Nicholas, respectively, 3, 4, 5. Alexander Fu in 8. Add him to the mix. Let's take a look. Lanes 3, 4, 5. Who's going to be on the touch? Who has it? 5 or 6. I'm sorry, I was off. I was counting wrong. That was Matthew, Nicholas, and Mark. Mark Cho in 6. Goes 1:07. Came in on a 1:10. Awesome swim. Nicholas Roman right on his time. Matthew Sturgeon right on his time. I am sorry. Those ladies, I left the names on too long. Nice swim there. So I guess big improvement there. Mark Cho, I'm sorry. He came in 1:10.55. He goes 1:07. Awesome. I was counting 3, 4, 5. Should have been counting 4, 5, 6. So just a tidbit. All the lane lines here are the same colors throughout. So you'll see Olympics, bigger pools, they will put different colors in the middle of the pool visually to allow you to kind of differentiate. So, not making excuses, just making a statement. So, some pools, what you also see, they'll put like an orange cone in the middle. I think Raritan Bay does that. That's a 10-lane pool. It's a lot harder to differentiate. They might put a cone between lanes 5 and 6. All right. So this is 200-yard IM. I'm sorry I didn't even brief you there. Haley in lane 3 came in on no time, so did not have a seed time. We have Jill and Madeline in 4 and 5, respectively. They're coming here on their backstroke. Haley in 3s already onto her breaststroke. So at every 50 is going to be a transition. So Jill and Madeline also now on breaststroke. Working her way back in lane 3 is Haley. She'll have freestyle to go when she returns to the wall here. We'll give you a little FaceTime. So we see Haley transition here, breaststroke to freestyle. And then we'll have Jill in 4, Madeline in 5, closer to us. I didn't update names yet. All right, Heat 2 swimmers now, top right. All right, this is Jill next to turn, and then Madeline. They'll be doing transition to freestyle here. And Haley Malin coming into your picture. She'll be finishing 2:55.17. Nice swim. That 2:55 kind of would have been mid-pack. Heat 4 of 8. This was Heat 1. Here we go with Heat 2 swimmers. Oh, get you on the right camera. Underway with Heat 2. That is lane 4, Aria, first to turn there on her butterfly leg. All right, I'm sorry. Lane 4 has already transitioned from back to breast. You see her going right to left. Lane 2 will be next. That will be Lainey Anderson. And then lane 7, Armelli. And lane 2 will be transitioning now from back to breast. All right, lead swimmer in 4, Aria, she'll go to freestyle. Lane 7, Armelli, transition to freestyle. And then lane 3. And then 2. Coming into your frame, middle of your picture. Aria will be finishing there in lane 4. Good swim there Came in on a 311. She just went 245. That's 16. I don't know, 15 plus 11, 24, 25, 26. Second improvement. Great job. Finishing up here in 7. Big improvement there, too, for Amelie. She came in on a 330 seed, just went 307. Great job, ladies. Lane 3 for a 320. That's Kara right on her seed. Laney coming home right around her seed time, too. That was heat 2 of 3. Heat 2 of 8. This is heat 3. Oh, I was on the wrong camera, folks. Jeez. All right. Those names didn't line up very well, but... And again, this is heat 3 of 8 in the pool. I'm going to just do this real quick. Here's the correct placement of the names. Evelyn Dang in 4 was the first to turn there. Here are the ladies halfway through the backstroke. Oh, I went the wrong way. Sorry. All right, Evelyn continues to lead there in lane 4. All right, here we are, transitioning breaststroke to freestyle. All right, Evelyn putting some space on the field here. That's lane 4, 25 to go as she's turned. She goes low time there. Came in on a 2:55.99, just went 2:44.69, 11.3. Nice swim, Evelyn. That was our heat 3, 2:57. Miika in 8 going sub 3, came in 3:06, goes 2:57. A lot of swimmers there breaking that 3. Anika 2 and 7. Anika also in lane 7 last race broke the 3-minute barrier. Okay, this is heat 4. Names for 5, top right. Stella Sullivan there in 4, first to turn. All right, here we are at the back to breaststroke transition. 100 yards down, 100 to go. Couple 40 splits there. Lane 7, lane 3. 7, Aranola. 3 is Kate. Thanks. All right, final 25 for the ladies, bringing it home. Looks like low time's gonna go to lane 3, Kate. She does 2:42, dropping off a 2:51.20. That's 8+ seconds. Nice swim, Kate. 2:43 there for Sullivan, dropping off a 2:49.8. That's almost 7, high 6s. Here we go, heat 5. Take you up lane 1, 2, and 3. Lane 6, first to turn, 33.8 for Isabella on that front 50. All right, we're halfway through this race. We have back to breast transition on this turn. Emma in 7 having a good push here on her breaststroke leg. Oop. When did that go away? All right, we lost a camera. Oh, it's back. All right, we're finishing on the home stretch here. Lane 6 goes low time there. That is Isabella. Came in 246.56. Goes 243. Low 243. 3.5-second improvement. Emma in 7 came in 248. Goes 244. Nice job. Middle of the pool, right on your seed. Oh, here we go. Heat 6 in the pool, 6 of 8. At the 50, lane 3, Trisha, first to turn after butterfly. Just it's the power for that as well. All right, we'll be halfway through breaststroke on that far wall. This is our lead swimmer, Trisha. We'll have freestyle to go. Keep an eye on lane 8, bottom of your screen. Katie Odell. 47 split. Trisha 44 is on that middle lanes 3 and 4. All right, lane 3, Trisha first to turn, followed by 7, then 4. Katie in 7, Caitlin in 4. All right, big push there. Lane 8, nice swim, Katie. She came home 34. Caitlin came home 32. You see the difference there. 233. That's an 11 plus second drop there for Katie Odell in 8. We are underway here with heat 7 of 8. Names on the top right. Wait. Yeah. Names on the top right are your Heat 8 swimmers. I'm sorry, folks. I had to pause there a second. 7 is in the water. First to turn, lane 7, that's Sahara. This is a look at 8, 7, 6, and 5. Freestyle to go on that turn. Sierra in 6, Mora in 4, making a big push. Into the wall, lane 4 looks to go low. That's Mora Coughlin. She goes 2:29, sub 2:30. Nice job, Mora. She came in 2:32.25. Nice swim. Final heat, heat 8. This is the final heat for the ladies. Boys' names, top right. It's lane 4, lane 8, first to turn, second to turn. Lane 4, Colette. Lane 8, Kennedy. All right, here we are at the 100-yard mark. Breaststroke freestyle to come. Colette in 4 continues to lead. Right on her left hip now is Holly in lane 5. Here we are into the finish. 2:20.31. Colette dropping almost a full second. 2:22 for Holly. It's right on her seed. 2:25 down there for Soto. Going sub 2:30 by a mile. Nice improvement, Kennedy Soto. 2:31. Where's second place? 2:22, lane 5. Okay. Where's third? 2:25. All right, everybody else kind of right on their seeds. Big improvement there, Kennedy Soto, lane 8. 2:25 and change, came in 2:31.06. Nice swim. Here we are, heat 1 of 7 for the guys, the boys, the men. They're ready at the far end. All right, and Leon into the finish. 2:35. Nice swim there. Did not have a seed time. So now that we swum it, we do have a seed time. That is heat 1. One more swimmer coming in. Sorry for the lack of commentating there. I had my little dinner break, so back at it with heat 2 on deck. Final swimmer coming in, lane 3, into your picture here. Here we go, heat 2 of 7. All right, names for heat 3, updated top right. Lane 2 going out real strong. Again, WY, Westfield YMCA. Not to be confused, WFY, Wyckoff Family YMCA. That is Hutton Davis from Westfield there in lane 2. And here are the guys at the 100-yard mark, halfway distance-wise. 2-stroke disciplines down, 2 to go. Oh, wrong way. I'll be honest, I looked down. I wanted to see if the Devils were losing yet. They are not, but kind of come accustomed to that recently. All right, here we are coming into the finish here for lane 2. This is Hutton Davis. He leads wire to wire. He goes 2:32.93. Hutton came in on a 2:50.97. How about that 2:38 there? Brady Ash came in 3:02, going sub-3 and doing it by a mile, 20 seconds. Nice swim. 2:45 down there for Thomas. He also was 3:04. He was above 3:04. Here we are with heat 3. Nice job, guys. Names are updated for heat 4, top right. 3 is in the pool. Here we are at the 50 turn. Onto the back. All right, 100-yard transition to breaststroke. Lane 3, low time there. That is R3. So lane 3, R3, and lane 8, Makana lead swimmers at this point, halfway through this breaststroke. Will be a freestyle to go on the right-hand wall. All right, lead swimmers halfway through freestyle on the far end. Lead swimmer here in lane 3, R3, coming into the finish. Strong swim. Nice job. Came in 2:42.79, just went 2:28. That was heat 3. Here we go, heat 4. Lane 1, lane 8, first to turn here after the butterfly, 29.5 down there for Drew. Nice sub 30. All right, lane 1, lane 8. And not to take anything, I'm not saying this in a negative way of any way, but sometimes like this, you know, you see some guys really blowing away the times. This time, like their seed time might be from 2 years ago, or, you know, it might be a year ago, might be 6 months ago. And with the boys, with growth spurts, that's a kind of a big factor. And again, I'm just saying that there's no requirement that this time was within X number of months or X number of amount of time. So keep an eye top of your screen here. Lane 1, this is Liam. He's in a transition to freestyle along with lane 8, Drew, and then lane 4, Logan. All right, keep an eye on lane 1, 50 to go up there for Liam. Came in on a 2:34.60. And he's into the wall, top of your screen, 2:20.88. That's 13.8. Nice job. Drew down the bottom, lane 8 goes sub 2:30. He came in 2:35. He goes 2:26. Nice job, guys. That's heat 4 of 7. 2:20. That 2:20 would have put, sorry, what was the first name? Liam. Would have put him in the final heat. In the pool is heat 5. Again, fast water up there in lane 1. Lane 3, first to turn at the halfway mark, 106.08 for Hayden Lee. Big breaststroke leg there, lane 6. You see a split 39.29 for Alexander Fu. I guess lane 2, wait. Yeah, Ethan Caro matched that 39. All right, here the guys bringing it home. Lane 2 having a big second half. Ethan Caro. Big drop there too. Ethan came in 2:29. He goes 2:21.39. That's an 8.1 drop. Nice swim, Ethan. Big second half. This is heat 6 of 7. Names for the final heat, heat 7, top right. Strong butterfly, lane 8, Jonathan Montesano. Goes 28.15, awesome front 50. All right, at the halfway mark, Jonathan continues to lead, followed by lanes 2, 3, and 4, very close there. Daniel, Gourmet, and Glenn. Big push in the middle of the pool here, trying to reel in Jonathan out in 8. That is lanes 5 and 4 now. 38.20 on that split, lane 5 for Mark Cho. You can see that his split 2, 3, 4 seconds better than the field. Wrong way, sorry. Mark's trying to be chased down by lane 4, which is Glenn. Big push. Glenn might get it on the touch. No. 2:16.6, 2:16.79. 10.1 second difference there. They both came in 2:20 and 2:23. Nice swims, guys. Big drops. This is final heat. $100 free for the girls up next. So event 47 is next. As you see on the bottom right of that scroll, you can see what other events we have to come. The white text is our menu there. That is lane 5, first to turn. Aldous. All right, as you see, 47 will be next, 100 free for the girls and then the boys. $200 butterfly. And then that'll conclude this session. We're back tomorrow, 3 more sessions, morning, midday, and evening with the older kids again. Morning will be the young kids. All right, we'll have freestyle to go as the guys turn here. All right, lead 2 swimmers here, lanes 4 and 5, Roger and Aldous. I'll catch this little 2-man race. And lane 4 takes it. 2:12 for Roger Rice. Right on it. Well, improving. 2:12.45 was his seed. He goes 2:12.19. Here we go. Heat 1 of 13 for the 100 free for the girls. All right, ladies stepping up. We are underway. So we have about an hour of swimming to go. This event was supposed to kick off at 7:31. It is 7:40 p.m. now, and I think the last scheduled event, I jinxed it. Devils are losing 1-0. Where's the Meet Mobile? Ice Cube events, Saturday, 13 and over. Yeah, the last event was 8:35, so approximately another hour of swimming, folks. All the information regarding swimmers' times and everything is available in an app you can download phone or tablet. It's called Meet Mobile. They don't have a web interface where you can do it on a computer, unfortunately. But it's available for free. You don't need to subscribe to get the results. So, and that'll vary meet to meet and so on. Madison is publishing them without the requirement for the subscription. All right, here we come into the finish. Lane 3 goes low. Jana, she came in 121.19, goes 118.52. Nice improvement. This is heat 1 of 13. Names for heat 2 coming at you. Names for 3, top right. 2 is in the pool. Sophia in lane 3, out like a rocket, split a 30.04. And there's Sophia at the 75. Sophia's under the flags and into the finish. 104.94, dropping a bunch off a 114.08. That's 9+ seconds. Nice job. Second to the wall is Sunana, 113. She goes 2 seconds better than her 113.65. Nice job, ladies. This is Heat 3. Four lanes of the pool in this 100-yard freestyle. We're at the 50 turn here. Lane 5, first to turn. That is Daviana. Into the finish. Keep an eye, lane 2, top of yours. That's Aria. Big second half there. She comes home 109, dropping off a 111.43. That's more than 2-second improvement. Here is Heat 4. Hitting wrong buttons. In the pool is 4 names. Top right are your Heat 5 swimmers. We're even across the board here at the 50. 32.68 up to a 33.40. That's what, I don't know, 3/4 of a second between the field. Got to give a shout out that teammate there cheering him on real quick rather than just show her. Covering multiple lanes. Nice job there. I don't know if you caught that. She was up by lane 6, ran down to lane 3. Nice job. Look at this. Even into the wall. Where we're going, I can't even tell. 108.93 for Westwood in 6. Came in on a 109.46. Fives in the pool. Names for 6 will be top right. All these times 108, 82, 83 down to a 107.97. And again, the 100 free, a more common race, so swimmers will have a more recent seed time. But never know who had their Wheaties this morning, but we are here at 7:47 in the evening, so some swimmers like early races or early swims, some like later. That is lane 7. Olivia Beamer. Been calling her name a lot today for big drops. She goes 103.72. That's a 5-second improvement off of 108.79. Nice swim, Olivia. Heat 6. At the 50 turn. All right, that's a 75. We're coming home here halfway through this lap. We'll be finishing on the right-hand wall. Lane 4 looks to go low. Stella Sullivan, 104.95, dropping almost 2 seconds off of 106.92. 107's on the outside. In the pool is 7. At the 50 turn, that is lane 5. Nicole first to turn. All right, Nicole brings it home. Load time here, 104.06. Dropping off of 105.78. Nice swim. Where are we going? Here we go, heat 8. Eight of 13 is in the pool. Top of your screen, lane 1. Look. I'm going lane 1, lane 8 here. Here we are into the finish. Keep an eye, top of your screen. Low time looks like Julia up in 1, and it is 103.86. That's 1 3/4 second improvement off of 105.58. This is heat 9. We're halfway here, 50-yard turn, lane 4, first to turn, Mariah. Mariah goes low there, 101.53. Big drop there. Katie Odell in 7 came in 104.52. She goes 101.73. Mariah had big improvement in the middle. This is heat 10. Hello. Came in 102.74. Sub 1 by a whole second. Nice swim. Awesome. That's just fabulous. All right, 11 is in the pool. All these swimmers are above 1 minute, so anybody breaking that nice little kind of threshold to get through. Again, Mayuka, the previous, came in 102.74, crushed it. 28.51 on the front side here for, where is that? Sophie Tang. All right, 25 to go. Big push, lane 3. Lane 3 goes low, 101.62 for Caitlin. This is heat 12 of 13. We're underway here with 12 of 13. Names for 13, top right. Two swimmers, middle of the pool, had seeds in the 59s, Kendall and Naima. $29.16. Kennedy Soto on that front 50. All right, so the low time has been put up by Mayuka, 59 flat from heat 10. All right, 100 flat for Kennedy, pardon me. That's a 1.27 improvement. Awesome swim there, that's great. This is final heat. Names you'll see top right will be the boys up next. Lane 1 looks first to turn, Valeria, 27.97. Could be lane 6, lane 3, lane 1. Lane 3 with the late push, going low, 57.78. Awesome swim there for Amelia. Right on her seed, 58.51. Right on her seed for Amelia and Valeria. So, all right, here we go with the guys. Heat 1 of 14. We're underway. Nice job, ladies. If I overlook somebody, I'm sorry. Kind of moving fast. As I said, this is heat 1 of 14. All right, lane 8 came in with no time. That's Leon Silva. He's already turning bottom left. He'll be at 75. We'll stay here for the field for a second. Catch the field all at 75. I'll give you a quick flash. Catch Leon finishing. Here he is finishing. We'll jump back. Nice swim. Would have come out 101 flat. All right, remaining of the field coming into the wall for this heat 1 of 14. All right, here we go with heat 2. All right, names on the top right of your heat 3 swimmers. 2 in the pool. This will be the 50 turn for the guys. 31.70 for lane 5. Pardon me, Nicholas. Here we are into the finish. Low time there for lane 3. That's Oliver dropping a bunch off a 111 seed time. Nice swim, Oliver. This is heat 3, 3 of 14. Boys at the 75-yard mark. And into the finish. Low time there for lane 4. Parker goes low. 104, big drop off a 109.8 seed. This is heat 4 to go. It's lane 4, Westwood, first name Hudson, with the lead at 75, bringing it home. He's going sub 1, 59.46. Nice job, Hudson. Came in 105.73. Huge drops there. That's awesome. That was heat 4. Here we go with heat 5. Hudson Westwood, last one from Mariners. Nice sub 1 swim. Coming off a 105.73 seed time. Lane 1 with the lead, Paul Nazario at the 50. Goes out 29. Oh, maybe not. Why? Yeah, something happened. Lane 7 got an inadvertent touch. As you see, it's still running. Hopefully it's set up for the finish. All right, Paul continues to lead in 1. (103.31) for Paul. Nice swim. That was 5. Here we go at 6. All right, into the finish. Close one here. Lanes 3, 4, 5, 6. Lane 4 gets it. Duback. Tommy, 101.7. This is heat 7 now. Lane 1, lane 8. Lane 8 goes out 28. 28.63 there. That is Mateo. Got 25 to go. And he brings it home. Low time there. 59.9. Nice job, Mateo. Came in 103.28. Congrats. Good stuff. This is heat 8. In this heat, everybody's over 1 minute seed time, so potentially breaking through here. Lane 2, Leon Lee, first to turn. We have a chance. We have a chance. Say there's a chance. There's a chance. 58-47. Nice job. Couple guys, 3 guys go sub 1. Nice. Congrats, guys. Leon there in 2 goes low time. All right, that was a long one, so glad he called him to stand. So somebody wasn't ready, so the official didn't start the race. He told him to stand. Now we've reset. Here we go. Heat 8 in the pool. Names for 9, top right. Wait, did I not update names, folks? Lopez, did I? Where did Lopez go? Shucks. All right, I might have. 8 is in the pool. All right. I might have done the names twice. Yeah, I think I did. All right, if I popped the wrong names last time, folks, I apologize. Oh, it is 9. So, wait, 9 is in the pool. I was right. The board was wrong. Sorry. All right, couple sub 1s there. Davies. Christopher was 100.59. He just went sub 1. I think these are right now for Heat 10. All right, we're back on course. Names for 11 now, top right. 10 in the pool. $26.24 on the front end of that for Liam. Liam came in 58.09. He goes 54.85, folks. Remember that number. We got to look that up. We'll see that where that fits on state qualifying. 54.85. Awesome swim, Liam. $11 is in the pool. I got to move quick. The boys are flying. Here we are at the 50 turn. Lanes 3, lane 4. 27.01, 27.16. Ike and, sorry, I'm looking away, Ryan. Do we have another 54 in the making? I think, no, just a little off that. Yeah, 56.3, nice swim there. Ike in 3. This is Heat 12 of 14. $12 of 14 in the pool. Names for 13, top right. Guys turning at the 50. Low time so far was a 54 change from where I should remember his name, Liam Tafaro, a couple heats ago. We are on heat 12 though. All right, close to that 54, 54.81, 55.48. Roman, Nicholas Roman, hello there. Nice drop there, Nicholas, 54.81, came in 56.38. Ladies and gentlemen, that's a 13-year-old jumping in with the big kids, 15, 16-year-olds. Awesome swim, Nicholas. All right, 13 is in the pool. Names for 14, top right. Got to give a shout out next heat, Aldis, another 13-year-old, mixing it up with the big kids. He's in the next heat. It's a proverbial mixing it up. They're not like, duking it out, folks. So it's the beauty of swimming. All right, here we come into the finish. We going better than 54s? Just off it. Nice 54.2s. Haspel, Cooper goes low. That's improving off of 55.48. Nice job, guys. Final heat for the boys of this event. Then we go into the 200-yard butterfly. 2 heats for the girls. Lane 3, Jonathan Montesano. Jonathan came in on a 51.90. Going just off that, awesome 52.07. Big push there. Second half, came home 26.88 for Anthony Paradiso. 26 on that second half. Awesome job. All right, nice swim, guys. 52.07 though for, where was that? Lane 3, Jonathan Montesano. All right, ladies time. Heat 1 of 2, 200 butterfly. 2 heats here for the girls, 1 for the boys. Oh. If you are jumping off, glad you could join us. And that's a proverbial jumping off. If you're ending the stream, watching or shutting down, thanks for joining us tonight. Hope you enjoyed the coverage. We're back tomorrow, 3 sessions. This is Mike, Common Guy Sports. Names for Heat 2, top right. All right, that's 100-yard splits on this right-hand wall for the ladies. It's our lead swimmer here in lane 3, Hughes. This is lane 4, lane 4 and lane 6. Nice swim there, 2:33.36 for Isla. And a 2:40.51 for Lily. Nice job, ladies. Again, this was heat 1 of 2. Anika comes in 3:03.41, right on her seed. Nice swim, end of day. And Sloan finishing up there. All right, here we go. Heat 2 of 2. Then we'll have one heat for the boys. Names for the boys, top right of your screen. We'll pan down as the ladies turn. We'll kind of do my grandma cam. Starting up at the top, we'll look at 1, 2, and 3. And we'll see first to turn, lane 6. All right, so we'll catch lanes 4, 5, 6 as they turn and come back now. All right, that's our 100 turn, low time 107 flat for Elizabeth in 6. All right, lead swimmers making their way back. We'll catch them at the far wall. That's 125, right? All right, we'll jump forward, then we're going to jump back. So this is the lead group, lanes 4 and 6. And I owe you a little view of 7 and 8, and here they are coming back. Then we'll get into the front group. All right, lead swimmers going away from us, lanes 4 and 6. We'll be finishing up on the return here. Lane 4, Sienna. Lane 6, Elizabeth. And into the wall. Nice job, ladies. 2:24.96 for Sienna. Right on her seed. Nice swim at the end of the day. Elizabeth came in on a 2:42. She's dropping a ton, 2:27. Finish time. Nice job, Elizabeth. .237 up in 3. 4-second drop for Allie in 3. Harper in 5. 236. 255. Drop in time. Kate in 8. All right, final race. Big drop there was Elizabeth in 6. Came in 2:42. She goes 2:27. Guys are underway. Final race. Now, if you're jumping off, glad you can join us. Come back tomorrow. We have three sessions tomorrow, starting off around 8 a.m. All right, final heat here. We have 5 guys in the pool. First to turn there in lane 4, Alejandro. This is Alejandro in 4, and then off to his left, lane 3, and his right, 5. This will be a 100-yard turn for the lead group. All right, lead swimmer in 4. That's 150. This is second and third running order. I guess a no-show in 2. This is our 4th place swimmer, red cap turning, and just above him we have a finish here. Nice job, 2:20.02, right on his seat, and a celebration. Actually improving, he came in 2:20.05, went 2:20.02, way to be. Soren in 5, swam at 2:38.89, came in on a 2:43 seed. Nice drop. Drew in 3, just swam a 2:43.07, came in 2:45.8. That's a nice drop. One swimmer still coming home. Here we are. All right, and that's in a wrap up 3-0 change. Charlie just off his seed. All right, folks, that's going to wrap up our swims coverage for tonight. We'll be back tomorrow, 3 sessions, bright and early. Hope you enjoyed the coverage. We're going to sign off, call it a day. Thanks so much. See you soon. Oh, I'm sorry, Douglas Looney, I was just seeing it comment. Looks like session 4 starts with a best 48. We haven't got. All right, so the 11-12 session, that's 1936. That is rewatchable if you're still out there, Douglas. That was known as session 3. Did I have something wrong with session 3? All right, Douglas, I'll try and shoot you a note. Sign off and dig into this.